better. Oh, I am not feeling well. So we'll see how tonight goes. My gut feel. Maybe something will legitimately make me throw up, and I would feel better. So bad that it legitimately makes me throw up and I feel better. Hot up. Oh. Oof. Not about turning my mic up. The mic is already turned up as much as it can possibly be. The issue is at least in terms of the game. Here, let me see. I think the problem is that most of you, well, I guess it would be everybody, is saying some of the stuff will trail off because of the noise gate. Problem is I can't really change the noise gate all that much, otherwise we start picking up a bunch of ambient background noise like my fan, and that would be bad. The title screen always is louder than the game for whatever reason. The original trilogy did that too. I'm not sure what that is. But I remember like turning on the trilogy and having it up, and like the game would be fine, but the title screen would be blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh god. Okay, relax. I mean, I like the hum of the AC machine. I just don't assume anybody else likes the hum of my AC or fan. I can't even think. No, Apollo, we are not fine right now. I can assure you we are not fine. Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Oh god, even doing this voice is gonna be like... anything I have to do through my throat is just gonna feel terrible. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Oh, yeah, it inspires confidence. Poor Polly, he's really tearing himself up over all this. I mean, I'm surprised you're not. Get together, Apollo. Yikes, Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sadmati guy. Apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Well, I understand that so far because I don't even remember what the issue was, but he's like, oh, he has an explanation for that, and I'm like, no, he doesn't. He absolutely does not, which, haven't even met the guy, sounds like he's terrible. Ah, the stab on the back. Oh yeah? What'd you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. Oh my god. So nothing. So nothing at all. Because either one of two things are gonna happen. Either one, he's gonna be like, I know what's going to happen here, and the fate is against you. And then you prove him wrong, and then nothing changes, because even though you've proven him wrong, everybody's still gonna be like, but he can read fate! It's like, no, he literally didn't. I showed that he didn't. Or he'll be like, I knew it the entire time. I just needed to make you believe it. And then it's like, that's horseshit. That's fucking horseshit. So, going this way is a no-win situation. No-win situation. Either way, it's going to suck. What is that supposed to mean? Good fucking question. I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go and even lead his opposition. What? You mean like a skilled prosecutor? Edgeworth did this without any special powers. Oh my fucking god. Like, this is not a... Why is it being presented this way? So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. I feel like this has been literally every single prosecutor in these games, because they're always like, haha, you've done exactly what I wanted you to do. Now take this. But now it's a special power. And this isn't gonna be a cakewalk if that's true. Not like I've dealt with that before. Huh. Emma did say she'd talk to him for us, though. I'm sure that's gonna make all the difference in the world. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. You don't have to do it in a spiritual way, though. It's a practical way. He's just... Allegedly, he's just good. Not a special power. Ugh. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. You say so, Apollo. Trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. Oh! Make that joke even when sick. Trucy's fate. Man, I'm in a grumpy mood because of my fucking stomach. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If there ever was a time to shine, it's now. One thing I don't mind about the Magatama and Phoenix's use of it is that, if I remember correctly, we have never used it in the courtroom, right? it's a part of the game that I don't really. It's the investigation, right? And the investigation is something that's like, I don't really have any critique over it because I'm not a fucking investigator. As an American attorney, we're not investigators. So it's like it's not necessarily that it's fine, more so that I just don't have anything to say about it because it's the investigation stage is not my expertise anyways. Whereas everything that happens in the courtroom, on the other hand, I don't. Apollo's is like, okay, he just perceives a little better. Some people could probably do that without special powers, but you know. All rise for the dishonorable Udgy. Okay. Let's do this. Would I rather the Shadow Realm or Chess Dimension? I mean, the Shadow Realm's got more going on, but it also seems more inherently dangerous. The Chess Dimension is like banal by comparison, right? It's just like, it's just the Chess Dimension. So I guess the Chess Dimension. I don't need all that excitement of the Shadow Realm. What is now? Ooh, I haven't done his voice in so long. What is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. I was fucking forgot to get a white shirt today. My red vest is just sitting there. And all the other shirts are like, we don't fit well with that vest. We are not Hollow Justice attire appropriate. And I'm like, you're right. Gotta wait till I get the white shirt. And the prosecution. I haven't even thought of what voice to give this dude. I did the very deep and over-the-top, stupid anime villain voice, but that doesn't seem to fit him very well. Prosecutor Sadmati. Why not a girly voice? I can barely do girly voices for girls. So... I mean... I was thinking of something sort of like a soft, refined voice, but like, I'm worried. I mean, we could try it. I'm worried that it's not going to get picked up because it's going to come out too quiet. It's more of like a loud whisper than anything. I need more water. I tried taking a nap before this to help, and now my mouth's just like... 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Carinus monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Carine. I beg in advance the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He didn't. Well, the narrator could see into the future and ultimate fate. I'm glad that they're acknowledging that, though. Even if it doesn't end up doing it, it needs to be acknowledged. He seems like such a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Dude, you can't rely... Just assume that she didn't. That's how you should be going about this case. That's fine. Well, let me know if it's not picking up, because that's my concern with that voice. Because I'm not putting as much, like, I'm actually putting more power into, like, Trucy's voice, which is an offshoot, than I am for him. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement, if you would. I feel like my judge voice is deeper than usual. It's probably because I'm sick.
Certainly, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm.
Excuse me, Mr. Nayuta. We have something called the separation of church and state here, in Japanifornia, and that cannot actually be, a part of, okay, well, you know what, whatever, because I don't think that's actually a thing here.
Now, let the last rites of the victim begin.
Nayuta Sadmati. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently. That nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor. I wonder how that will come into play today. Am I gonna die? Dude wrote it on an actual scroll, though. Nice touch. Nice touch. That's actually, it's really stupid, but it's like awesome stupid.
The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Mono of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Rias.
His real name is even better than his magician name. Should have just kept that.
His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident? I would think the judge would know at this point that the charge is murder and not manslaughter.
It is only natural for one to assume as much, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide.
Did Jewel change color, or am I just fucking crazy?
The prosecution's position is thus, that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see. You believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as much.
Here we go. I had no other choice. So that's how it's gonna be, huh? No other choice, you fucking liar. I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. I hate anyone that says I had no other choice. And that includes me if I ever said I have no choice. I'll just consider myself a fucking waste of meat. Very well, and now let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor.
The defense wouldn't mind. Could you please explain your reasoning?
My reasoning? Well, okay. So, it's actually not wrong for him to ask. He shouldn't be interrupting. However, this is an opening statement, so we should be giving something to the judge. So, the way he went about it was not correct, but also, yes, Apollo should be trying to cobble something together other than we disagree. That doesn't work. That's not doing anything. Yeah, it isn't, because normally we don't get an opening statement, right? Normally the prosecution does, but we don't. So this is interesting. My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I mean, I do too, Apollo, but that ain't gonna cut it.
I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Putrid mind? Excuse you? Can you... Who the fuck are you? That's would be hard-pressed to hold back from that. Prosecutor Sadmati? Like, that's legitimately... What was that? Okay. If you don't mind my asking, prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
Sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Coriolis incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber.
Like, his decorum right here is, like, poor. Like, sanctionably poor. The judge should be like, if I hear one more outburst in regards to the defense attorney in general, I will throw you off this case. Or fine you money, monetary fine. Well, I mean, he probably saw his gavel float like Trep's furniture just did.
Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically you're asking the defense to get real? Get real?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victim souls to the Twilight Realm.
That is not your duty in this courtroom. So none of that shit should be happening. I mean, first, I'm way too hopelessly into wrestling right now. The first thing I thought of when you said that was his design is more overproduced than an overbooked Triple H match. And for those that don't get that, Triple H likes to, the guy who is the chief content creator, the chief, I set out these matches. Like, way too convoluted, the shit that happens. All these run-ins and people that aren't even fucking in the match, and then, yeah, that sort of thing.
Should you show repentance and admit to the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you.
What? Did he just threaten me? Yes! He cannot be threatening me. The judge would literally throw him off the case if he did that. Like, it might not necessarily come to, like, criminal charges. You could, but it might not necessarily arise to that sort of action, but they would probably throw him off the case.
But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim again, church and state, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright.
Okay, if that first one didn't get you thrown off the case, this one certainly would. Dude didn't just say get hurt. Dude said, I will cast you down into the pit of hell. Oh yeah, I mean, Francisca should never... The first time, as soon as she brought out her whip, boom, out. But I can say at least that Francisca never threatened to kill me. Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? No, it's not. The judge would do his job. Prosecutor Sadmati, that may be the way you conduct trials in crime, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. Such charged language. That's very neutral, Judge.
Your Honor, that was but a Carinus sermon for those who have strayed from the path.
Okay, so it had no place here. No business in this courtroom, is what you're saying.
Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize. You're the last person that talked, so whoops, my bad. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys and crying, huh? Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. The trial's only just begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. You are correct, and we as this country have a certain way of doing things, and that is how it's supposed to go. I came very close to just ending stream. Very close. If I didn't have as much, I won't even call it dedication to the craft, more than people here came to see you stream. Don't just cut them off. That was the only reason I did not. If I had streamed on Tuesday, I might have still considered it. Okay. Nope. I need some help. All right. We'll get through this. Okay. We'll get through this. Why don't we look at this as a cross-cut? Why don't we look at this as a cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? What? Sorry, your eardrums. Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. Let's go! Snack eating Emma! Uh-oh. I thought she'd said goodbye to the snackoos. Yeah, my wife is hanging out with her sister right now, so I could actually... Normally I can't do that, because I would have woken her up and she would be angry. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I've said that already. She's stressed, because fuck this guy. Detective Ska, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. Fuck you! No. That's just what she... It's not like she's gonna get in trouble for it! So, headcanon, that's what she said. She, seems a little stressed out. Detective Ska, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that, I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. Who the fuck are you, Monokuma? But and to be completely honest, that's why she never should have been the head investigator on this case anyways. It should have been disclosed that she had a relationship with the suspect prior to incident. So, I mean, she's being honest though, and if that's how you're gonna do it, just from the beginning, be like, I think this shit's bullshit. Let it go and move on. Dude told her to let it go. Acts which go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Ah! God damn, dude! Chew, chew, chew. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. It's not even just the threats. It's like how the threats are made. Because, I mean, yeah, the threats are bad. But, like, there's the double layer of he's making a fucking threat in open court, and he's doing it in under religious doctrine. Go away. You lose. You would not be in this position anymore. Your situation was already tenuous as it is because you're not supposed to be here doing this. You're not licensed in this country. I have to deal with this for like what, 35 streams or some shit? Are you fucking kidding me? I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Sadmati don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? Well, I mean, nobody should, because he's a piece of shit.
Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky.
Well, thank fucking God. All right, please take a look at this poster. Ah, yes, the poster for the evidence. I know, they're laying foundation, but still, like, dude. Adam, fucking. The older I get, the more allergic I am to bullshit. It's a Troop Grammary poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? Well, yeah, there's a big old canceled version on it. Oh, that's... Oh, she looks... really nice in the Trucy getup. What's her face? What's her real name? Do we know her real name? We know her real name, right? Thalassa? Yeah, was she in the original poster and I just did not pay attention? Because they're like, oh, that's probably Trucy's, No. They updated it to include Trucy, because that's what makes more sense. That lassie. We sure do pronounce word well. Actually, no, he'd probably say word good. Lhasa. I mean, Lamoir's nice, but Thalassa's kind of more befitting of a magician. This is a revised version of that poster. This one says canceled under Mysterious. All right. I'm curious. That's spelling. Because I personally hate how 1L looks. I fucking despise how it just looks unattractive. But apparently both of them, I didn't even realize the 2L thing it's not like the American spelling, which I don't think I ever knew. So like when I started like noticing this, I just started noticing it, and I'm just like, ugh, shit's gross. Ugh. Ugh. Oof. I mean, I generally don't mind, except for when one looks bad. Then I hate it, and I don't want to see it anymore. The U thing doesn't really bother me. Well, one way or the other, I don't think it looks bad, so I don't care. I think 1L in canceled looks fucking horrendous. The word just looks like it shouldn't exist. I am pleasantly surprised. 65% 2 L's to 35% 1 L with 23 votes. I thought it would be a much more even split. I know we do have a lot of international people here too, so that's also interesting. 'Cause yeah, if you're from a country like if it's like Portuguese, it'd be more with 1 L, so you'd think that would be better, but that's not with every country. The difference with the judgment thing is that if you what the fuck? Where did that last percentage go? No idea how to write. Do you have a good idea how to type? At least. Let's open. If you are in our field and you spell judgment with an E, whoo! You're liable to get like called out on that. There was no other option. That 1% is just yeah, okay, so you can't see it, I don't think, but 2 L's is 65% and 1 L was 34%. So 1% of that shit just yeah, no, it's not that. The 1% is more open-minded about it. This one says canceled with 1 L under Mysterious. That's right. Mysterious left the troop after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rias's right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. Look at it! 1% was no L. They're the forever optimists. We only accept W's here. Yeah, that's what I meant, Tom. Like, I had no idea that 2 L's was the British spelling. That's just what I had used my whole life. And it was never corrected. I don't ever remember even reading it, like, with 1 L when I was in school. Because of the accident, Magnifi Grammary concluded Mr. Rias was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rias wouldn't be appearing. I would 100% keep him on the show because of the scars. But in defiance of Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rias tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn called Magnifi to oust Mr. Rias from the troop on the spot. Oh, I guess I thought he kicked him out. He just wouldn't let him perform. I see. Okay. He kicked Mr. Rias out? That seems rather extreme. It's in the fucking courtroom. Can we call him Man of Mystery now, please? Because that's way better. Did he really have to go that far?
When it came to magic, Troop Grammary was so passionate, or should I say extreme, about it that it caused problems from them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troop's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troop's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
Again, none of this is adding to anything. Like, he has done nothing to bolster his prosecution. He's just attacking people. Just fucking... I don't think there's been another prosecutor who's been this, like, fallen this far into the pit of ad hominem so early that I can think of. Even Francisca, who's, like, sort of pissed that you got her dad killed, although not really, but still probably kind of a little more than she wants to admit, but was also pissed for other reasons. I don't remember her going after you this hard. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
That also doesn't do anything for your actual argument, but... I mean, like, when you first meet them. I don't think Godot was more concerned about telling you how good his fucking coffee was when you first meet him. Okay, so vanity moment for me. I feel like, in my mind, like, I like Blackwell more because of the voice I gave him. Which is so fucking egocentric, right? Like, you shouldn't, like, why should you ever be like, oh, I like that character more because of the person, the characterization I gave them? Like, dude, get over yourself. But I have a problem, and it's me. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Rios apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troop.
He would tell those close to him, I will get my revenge on Troop Grammary someday.
Yeah, here we're looking at the hearsay, but also a dead person. And not relating to the truth of the matter, certain anyways. Talking about another action that he wanted to take that was never taken. I liked that one for Simon too. I remember like getting into it like and being like, oh, good choice. Good choice. I don't know. There's some pride that comes into like, I feel good, and in turn that makes me think that I am putting out a good product. So it's not just about like making yourself feel good, but like, oh, I hope everybody else likes that too. Revenge? That certainly sounds antagonistic. When have you heard non-antagonistic usage of the word revenge? Von Karma is also the reason I didn't want to go like regal with him, because I thought it would sound too close to Von Karma, and that can't happen. He doesn't deserve that. Yeah, I mean, if I'm not having fun, then you guys probably aren't having fun. Well, I guess that's not true. It depends. Well, did you guys have fun during Dual Destinies? Because that will answer that question.
And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky.
I guess I don't have a No! That's you, Emma. I get why you're making the choice. You don't want to get fired, but just don't say it. You can just say something else like, man, this really sucks, or I really don't want to do this. Just despair when she does it. Well, okay. Despite my utter disdain for this prosecutor, we have Emma. So Emma does a pretty good job of counteracting him, which keeps me having fun. Anytime Emma is a part of the case, it's a good time. The victim planned to get his revenge on Troop Grammary during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Grammary notebook from the defendant,
He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Is it just me, or is this the stupidest possible way to do that? We have the internet at this point, right? He should just fucking WikiLeaks that shit. God. No, I'm gonna reveal it on the show that probably had like a, what, 0.2 Nielsen rating? What am I gonna do when a new Ace Attorney game gets full voice acting? Fucking. Part of me will be relieved because I can play the game and just kind of like sit back and just comment and also not have to worry about voicing characters. The other half of me will be incredibly sad because I do enjoy the part of voicing characters. So I can't turn. I feel like that's the ultimate vanity move. Is turning off the voice acting and being like, don't worry about this, guys. I got it. That's not true. I mean, everybody knew that fucking Edward Snowden leaked the WikiLeaks shit. I'm sure he could have found a way to make sure that his name was associated with it. I mean, maybe they won't be fully voice acted, though. Maybe they'll keep up what they're doing, like, with this. Because, I mean, this was, what, 2017, 16? It could easily have been fully voice acted, and they chose not to. ...2016, yeah. I mean, that's very recent. Well, it's not very recent, but it's in the age where you're like, yeah, they could have very easily... Would it be a power move or a narcissistic move? Not even a pro gamer move. It's just a pro fucking speaking move. Pro linguist. No, it's not. It isn't about the linguistics of it. I guess it's VAing. One of your fucking companies out there, VAs, you know I'm good. Hire me. I would leave my profession in a fucking instant if somebody comes like, hey, we want to give you a full-time job as VA. Like, already gone. Plane ticket, wherever I'm going. I don't even care what the pay is. Well, I care what the pay is. It has to be a livable wage, but I could be making far less and I would still be far happier. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before— OBJECTION! Nope, can't say that. The defendant murdered him right before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
Bravo! Holy shit! You didn't do it, you missed Emma's, but I can understand. You don't really want to put Emma on the spot like that, right? But this douchebag, woo! That's nothing but conjecture.
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFemme, gave the police a statement.
That doesn't answer my question, nor is a statement, like, mean anything here unless she's gonna come and testify because you have your right to confront a witness.
He testified that just before the start of—
Wait. Testified? Was this an affidavit or a personal statement? Because those are very different things. One of them you actually swear to. Swear this happened. And you gotta sign it in front of a notary who has to verify your identity before you sign. Personal statement anybody can just fucking give. Sign their name to it. That's nothing. Oh yeah, for sure. Like they would still have they would still argue that we have the right to cross-examine her, even if it's a sworn affidavit. It's just for the purposes of understanding, you know, there is a difference between like a statement and an affidavit. If that makes sense to you guys.
Testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said,
Especially when he used the word testified. Because you can't testify with a personal statement. Because in order to be testified, you have to be sworn under oath, and that only happens with an affidavit. Also, I should preface that is a U.S. thing. I know that affidavits and notarizations are very different from country to country. China, for example, if you get something notarized, they make it a fucking, like, book. Paper book that you have to carry around with you with, like, a cutout, like, quality copy cutout of a 2x2 passport photo of the notary on their page about the notary. Like, it's crazy. Oh my god.
I'm going to reveal all of True Grammary's secrets on stage today.
What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal. Wait. So was it a one-sided statement and then talked about what Mr. Rios said? Oh, God. Okay. All right. You're telling me... Oh, you're telling me, I guess. You're fucking telling me!
Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense.
Oh, and what's that? Did he just summon an incorporeal butterfly? Because that's something. Yeah. Like Tom just said, that is outrageous.
Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell.
Dude, you and the flames of hell need to get a fucking room.
And then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
Well, what is it? Am I going to hell, or am I going to have a next life? Or is there some in-between there where you're like in hell for a little while? You gotta explain this a little more, otherwise I don't have no fucking idea what you're talking about. But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Wow. Hollow Atheist confirmed. It's the loading zone.
Oh, Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Yeah, it is really fucking weird to be like, I don't believe in any of that shit after literally witnessing, like, channeled mediums. Something's going on. I don't think we should just discount everything. I'm just saying. If you've literally witnessed that, maybe let's not jump on that boat so quickly. I feel like Edgeworth is more like begrudgingly accepting that there are some things he can't explain, though. He's not like gonna trumpet it anytime soon, but you can see their situation where he's just like, yeah, well, that shit happened, and there wasn't really any way for me to explain it. It just did, and I know it did. Thorns. You see lightning, haven't you? Thor is real. Okay, let's take a look at this fucking court record, because I have not been paying attention to everything that got put in here with all this numbskullery that's been happening. Okay, cause of death, shock as a result of being stabbed through the back with a sharp blade. 27th, approximately 10:30. Footage. Question. Trucy confirmed that this book did have the secrets behind the tricks, right? And it just says something about the creed here, and I'm not fully remembering what her word on this was. You did, okay. So he did have the notebook. But why? I guess one thing that's weird, I suppose he didn't actually need the physical notebook on him, but when he didn't have the notebook on him when he died, so I guess he would have had to have memorized everything and then revealed it, which I suppose that's plausible.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all of Troop Gramarye's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Rios himself said, right? Allegedly. Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Gramarye secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troop Gramarye's magic.
Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Rios was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked.
So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding in Mr. Rios' things because he had stolen it himself? I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me? Yes. Beats me? Shit. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Sadmati over there because fuck him. He hasn't told me his reasoning either. That's a problem. He has to present this information.
Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes.
Oh, you mean information that we should all have access to anyways in order for this trial to be fair? Shut the fuck up. The
bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. No fucking shot. This dude who doesn't even work for this office would have the authority to transfer a forensic investigator somewhere else. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. He's not going to. Emma, it's literally fucking impossible. This dude's just talks shit. Like literal shit. His breath must be terrible because nothing but bullshit just falls from his mouth. It is pungent and it is disgusting. Poor Emma, she's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Submati, what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved, so that Mr. Rios would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Rios, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder, shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1, Mr. Rios was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. Yeah, there's something called discovery in real life, and it means that we have access to all that information too. And if we don't get proper discovery, that's a huge problem. And the prosecution would get into big trouble. Big trouble. Oh, there we go. Maybe I should actually, like, look some of that shit up sometime. But I was going to wait until I was done with the series to, like, go and read more about how it actually works in the Japanese court system. Is that what happened? I honestly did not pay attention to that trial. That's interesting, though. This might surprise a lot of you, but I very rarely actually follow, like, legal shit that goes on outside of my general world, because fuck that. I get enough of it at my job. I don't want to consume any more of it outside of that. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? Everybody else fucking acts like, have you ever seen Better Call Saul? Better Call Saul? Better Call Saul? No, I haven't fucking watched that show. I don't want to. Suits? No. Law and Order? No. How to Get Away with Murder? No. Mostly because I'll just get pissed off, and not in the fun way like playing a game is. Daredevil, though. that's a different beast altogether. I think a lot of people have said that. I'm going to actually, I at this point, I'm not believing what anybody says, since I'm close to being done. Then I'll go get some input from Japanese attorneys.
There's got to be videos on YouTube about them talking about it, right? Like, you would think. I would assume that'd be some, like, asked for in-demand content. Mike.
But of course, Detective Sky?
Hmm? Oh, that's right! I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape.
You what? You actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not.
Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
It has something to do with the stage lifts, right? But that's not... How could her prints have been on the tape when she had gloves on? That's very strange. Let's do it.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony.
Oh, really? Oh, no! That sucks so much!
The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. No, that wouldn't even be a Von Karma thing. That would be a fucking Alba thing to say. Oh, she just took off her gloves and then put them back on again after moving the tape. To purposely put her fucking prints there, apparently. Oh my god. Fuck that guy. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin. It shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on that coffin. Hmm? I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show.
Oh, no! That sucks so much!
Was it Cardozo who said that? I mean, it makes sense. That dude was a... There was a... fuck, what class was it?
Was it business associations?
I think it was business associations. Our professor just... You could tell she was the biggest Cardozo fanboy, and like how she would gush over his language just every time we read a Cardozo written decision, just like, damn. I'm not sure I've ever seen somebody like so in love with legal words before. Oh man. She must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh no! This sucks so much! Oh my god, I'm so upset, but not really. Well, Prosecutor Sabmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate.
Come on, you can bump me up at least to a stag beetle now, can't you? Does got the hair. Kind of. That really be any better? Yes. Way better. Stag beetles are cool with those huge mandibles of theirs. What? He's saying it in, like, their language, right? Like, I'm not mishearing that.
If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question.
Alright, shoot.
Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? I feel like this is like, yes. I don't think that contention has ever changed in what's going on. The only thing we're talking about here now is whether or not he was intentionally led there during the show, when he in fact was not going to go there. So what you're saying is you are still contending that what you are charging is in fact what you are contending. Right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. Indeed, an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead. Whoa, what word is that? I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances. The severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, and you argue that it was an accident?
The all-important question. Man, they bring this up fucking fast. Okay, so one thing. We haven't even gotten to the whole, how did he get stabbed in the back part, despite that being fucking physically impossible? As to it being, like, murder or whatever. But, like, they are jumping to the, oh, I'm wrong. Right? Defense part very fast. Francisca did it much later in the case, though. This is day one. Was it even day one? Was it... How many days did we have in 2-2? Did we just have the one? I feel like it was later. In the, later in the trial. Two days. Was it really after the first testimony? Huh. I have no idea. That's why I'm asking. I feel like in my mind it happened a lot later than that. I know we talked about justified self-defense early, but I did not remember the actual, like, her saying, like, oh, so is that what it is? Like the bait that you guys were talking about, until later. But I could very much be wrong about that, because that was 4 years ago at this point. I think I really should do a better job of that, but I leave that sort of stuff to Trep to sort out. CJ's normally here, but I'm assuming CJ has something going on. This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Rios' death... What? Wait. 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 This is... Wait. What's wrong with this? I feel like if you say it's an accident, then we're saying, yes, it was an accident. She did kill him, but it's an accident. Otherwise, they can go, no, it was a murder. She murdered him. Ah, okay, that's the distinction. Murder, but it wasn't her that did it, is why we choose murder. Okay, right? Because I don't want to choose... That's what they're asking me, right? This is not a rhetorical question. I don't want to have to go through the whole accident thing and it's just like, yep, you fucked yourself. Okay, thank you. The defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else? I don't like... I mean, obviously I figured it out. But I don't... I feel like this happened in the first case too. And it's happened a lot of times where it's like, their options are... They shouldn't be presented so simplistically. Like, it should say murder, but not by Trucy, or something like that. Like, why does it have to be a fucking one-word thing that could lead to confusion? Well, that's the... Yeah, and that's the thing, like... Perceived threat... As in, like, where are we going with that then? But that's not even like, it's not even a difficulty tricky. It's, I'm just being ambiguous about what the choice will actually be tricky. And that's just, I don't, what's the point of doing that other than to be an asshole? No, see, I don't think it's a matter of hand-holding, because, again, it's not about game difficulty. That situation was not, oh, we're doing this to make the game harder. Because it doesn't even play into any mechanics. It's just, I'm going to be super ambiguous, in this case, because it's either Trucy or someone else, right? About what murder means. That's not adding any real meaningful difficulty to the game. That's just being an asshole. That doesn't add anything positive. Like, we're just talking about what we are going to say to them. That shouldn't be, like, when we make a choice, we should know what's going to be said because of that choice.
That is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is as loud as your suits. And his suit is loud. Your voice is as loud as it, but it's not like he should be talking. Your voice is as loud as your suits, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't even know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. That was my first thought, like, can you be reborn as something non-sentient? Okay.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. All right, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. The victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Now let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? It was magic. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadmani? That is the third time. That means absolutely nothing to me, you dumb son of a bitch. What the fuck? Thanks, bro. I was thinking about picking up some beads. I guess I'll just use these. What the heck is this? Whoa! My head! My hair, I mean. Dude literally attacked me. First the threats to hell, now an actual attack. So we've gone beyond what Francisca ever wanted to do. This is battery at this point. I have been battered. Assault was the first part. What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learned, you needed to be punished. Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? I bet if we threw our fucking bracelet and hit him square in his fucking forehead, we'd get in trouble. A sucker punch. Because a sucker punch happens without any knowledge of an imminent threat. It just happens. It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. My Oh my god, that's hilarious. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon now? Yeah, fucking batteries and a Game Boy? What the fuck? Old man talking about. There's a passage in the sacred scriptures of Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake. I have a feeling the cornered frog would still get fucked up by the snake personally, but eh. Snakes eat frogs? I actually don't know. Maybe some do. Kind of like the differences in state laws. Some frogs will.
Or some snakes will, it just depends on the snake. Huh? A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon that I shouldn't be allowed to do in the first place.
Oh, I was playing the role of Chad. I can't call anybody old. You see how I look today? I look fucking like death. Feel like death. Ugh.
And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Okay. That's great.
And in this case, you are that frog, Defense.
Yeah, I got it. What exactly is your point anyway? Apparently. Yeah, Nathan. Unfortunately, it does. Because it's what? For me, it was 32 when I stopped, like, counting. Like, I can tell you right now that I'm 38, but, like, I have to think about it now. Through 32, it was like, I can tell you right off the top of my head. But, like, 33, 34, I was like, wait, how fucking old am I?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see, the people in the show were...
Bonnie DeFam, the victim, Mr. Rias, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFam was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show. Leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright.
Apollo, we already know that's not true.
Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rias as he waited on standby in the understage passage, then placed his dead body in the coffin above.
Hey man, good luck. I didn't come here to get depressed and drunk. Yeah. Hopefully prosperous times for you, Nathan. Go get it.
Thus making the murder look like an accident.
No!
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment.
I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Oh, it's not supposed to be that funny. But it's because human beings are awful that's hilarious. Oh, hey! Athena objection.
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here.
Athena, what are you?
There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity?
I most certainly would. He's over there like, what is this black magic? Oh! You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send for this little child's
guardian to come take her home. Okay, that's pretty fucking funny. That's like just the right amount of tasteful condescension that I could really get behind. Oh, bravo.
Hold it!
That's a good question. $25. 6 years older really isn't enough to be like, child. 5, 19, 35, 30, 27. How old is Apollo now?
But I'm not done with my sermon.
You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sanmata, you know.
Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would then have to be hauled up to the stage, right? However, this Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. Don't we kind of evidence that she actually has maybe a little more strength than you think she does?
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. Look at Louie over here. Man, I turned 26 this year. Bleh. If I was turning 26 this year, I would be getting plastered right now in happiness. I don't think even I could do it.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
No, I don't want to be. See, no, I don't want to be 19. Fuck that. Mid-20s? I couldn't get it. Perfecto.
In my religion, the priestesses of Karanism are revered as the pillars of our belief. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective.
There's the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden?
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committing to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh?
Then you explain how that'd even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
Huh?
Wait, you really can't explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness.
Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
Is it really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial?
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? Pretty hard to believe.
Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky.
Fuck!
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable.
It was?
Yes, you served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Oh! I'm sitting here like, I'm not used to hearing that for the detectives. Jesus Christ. It's usually always, we'll talk about your salary later. And this guy's,
you will be rewarded.
And it's like, reward. What is this word you speak of?
Thank you? I hope we can work together again in the future.
I certainly hope we don't. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise.
I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Yeah, I'm sure rewarded is just some circle of hell in his Twilight realm. Ah, the person that should have been a witness in the first place, like without all this having had to have happened. Okay. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a lagomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, GDevan. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness, there is a time and a place for all things, including magic. Aw, but it would be okay if I just do a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody's waiting. Now's my chance to shine. Suck it up. Okay, never mind. This is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no further warnings, or you catch the beads. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Yep. Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment? Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? Fuck her! Fuck her! Sure, you're a real fan, alright. Of destroying Trucy, you mean. Bah! Bang! Really can't believe that Trucy killed Mysterious. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used a stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use the stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift number 2. I was on stage for the entire show, by the way. Yeah, then I'm the fucking Pope of Karine. You were on stage the whole time and you're sure about that? Dude, we fucking have the video. There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV footage as well. But the show went on longer than just that part. I'm not even gonna fucking get into that, I guess. What's my thoughts? What are my thoughts on the Apollo Justice trilogy? First game was quite enjoyable. The second game was not quite as enjoyable. This game, pending. Not off to a great start, though. I mean, ultimately, the first case was fine. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably one of the better first cases. I can possibly have killed Mysterious, not little me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed... Therefore, the only person who could have... Oh my god. I can talk, I swear. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've got to be kidding me. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. How could she have used 2?
Objection! Action!
It says it was all the way up, which I feel like is a problem for that statement. Or did I do it on? No, I did it on the wrong. I did it on the right statement.
Hold it!
Stage lift number 2? The one that was already lifted? It's true, Mike. I mean, big fucking shock. It has not prepared me for this year. Honestly, the first 4 years didn't prepare me for this year. It wasn't nearly as bad. It was bad, but not nearly as bad. By that year, I mean 2017. The stage lift shown here on the left?
That's right. With his stage lifts, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Her voice is so weird. Like, I'm trying to be cutesy, but also, like, I don't know. It just came out that way. Yeah, apparently that was highly anticipated. It got a reaction. Yes. There definitely was a reaction to that. Yeah, we could really use that Magatama right now.
I'm a huge fan of Trucy's.
Ching! Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up?
Vince, what position was stage lift number 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Ah!
And the reason why it was fully raised? Because the accused used it to lift the victim's body, wouldn't you agree?
Wait, but then why would it be fully raised? If it was fully raised, wouldn't it have lifted it up, the body, by itself up to the stage floor? I feel like I'm not understanding what he's trying to say. Like, that seems stupid to me, but I feel like I might be misunderstanding. Oh, but I feel like she wants to keep that secret. I don't think it's only a matter of she's lying. I can see it. I'm pretty sure she wants to keep that secret, because otherwise somebody else might have had a motive in this case. Ugh.
Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
Well, now I'm also evil. Bet I'm spicy, though. That honestly got a more visceral, like, in my head than chapter 1, than case 1. When he said that, because the game sets you up. Oh, I'm not from around here, so there could be some issues, admittedly. Okay, that's actually really good. Sets you up. Then the judge ruins it. All right, let's take a look here. I was on stage the whole time. Let's watch this again real quick. You actually don't. Okay. You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage. Are you too much of an idiot to see?
Huh? Miss DeFam, are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? Tee-hee.
Yeah, you broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance?
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you'd made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Meh.
Miss DeFam, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin. But I flubbed it up and, well, made him stand to the right of the coffin instead.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Hee hee!
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. I still don't understand the reasoning for the stage lift 2 thing, but whatever.
Hee hee hee! Now do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick before you keel over up there.
Beg your pardon?
Oops, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask.
Well, defense, are you ready to let it all go now?
I mean, no, because that stage lift number 2 thing still doesn't. I still don't think that makes sense, but because if you're raising him, and it's going all the way up, unless you're raising him and then quickly moving him into the coffin, and then, because you're not getting onto the stage lift because you have to prop him up, right? You're propping him up. That's the whole thing. The stage lift by itself can't prop him up. It can raise it. I don't know. I feel like I'm missing what the game is trying to communicate to me. How quickly would a real judge put a witness in contempt if they insulted the judge like that? You'd be surprised by how much patience a judge tries to give a witness or somebody like in a circumstance that they understand to be highly stressful. We actually get significantly less leeway because we're seen as like you're supposed to be the professionals. You've done this before. No excuse for you to do it. I mean, for a very famous, funny court interaction, just check out that, I forgot his fucking name, versus Georgia versus the dude, and how long that back and forth went on as he just kept insulting the shit out of the judge. And the judge actually, like, the judge should have just thrown him out, like, a lot earlier than that. Thankfully he didn't, because that led to that really fucking funny video. When, they had Rick and Morty play the roles. Oh my god. I don't know how dude's public defender, or the prosecutor for that matter, or anybody else in the gallery wasn't just laughing their ass off. Oh. I have no idea what the story behind that was. Oh my god. Of course not. I'll never give up.
I see. I suppose this, too, is fate. Sacred scriptures of Cryanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. Someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fates. Apoboli.
I'm not even going to try to redo that. That's just what we're rolling with.
Seems to be most appropriate.
People boil? What? Oh wait, that's Chinese. What sort of terrible place is Papu Boli?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits.
Then I come back anyway, so... Oh no! The beast got me, and now I'm a fucking frog. Okay.
Think of it as something akin to an antlion sand trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Wow, crying as hell is closer to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claim that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean your cheat code? I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice when she was testifying. Yeah, no fucking shit. See, Widget's picking up on the noise in her heart too. Right, Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. And hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or disco. Yeah, we already know this. All right then, Athena, let's give it a try. You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss DeFam, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes, with that terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What's it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident just a tad. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Wow, I got really southern with her for a moment. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings and fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie, boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Tee-hee. Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
What exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice?
Bro! How fucking disrespectful is that? Dude's not even, like, directly talking to her. He's talking to Apollo like he's her father. What is this thing gonna do? Jesus Christ. Yeah,
I highly respect women, but not enough to talk with them directly.
with her super sensitive, and Apollo just gives into it. Like, fucking ask her herself, douchebag. With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling.
I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of spurious devilry, though I find it hard to believe. I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence?
While I won't say that emotions can't be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. Wow. Judge with memory. Woo! That's the real witchcraft.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections.
I would. I object in case of appeal.
Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you.
Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sadmati. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right?
You want me to lead the session?
Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all.
Fair enough, but, do I need a refresher? Fuck that. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. Ready, Widget?
Let's do this. Oh, I do like that better than the robot voice. Widget activate.
I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rios. Even she could move the body with that lift.
Okay. Great. They're showing me what they're talking about. How is he still getting into the coffin like that? Wouldn't it just kind of push up against it and he wouldn't have ever, like... He was stood up. The lift couldn't have done that. That is a funny Trucy face, though.
Mr. Rios. You're gonna be Mr. Dead in a second. I was on stage at the time. That terrible mistake.
Oh! Going crazy.
My stupid club caused Trucy so much trouble. I felt so bad about it, despite the fact that I'm smiling right now.
Got it!
I have to say, Mr. Fam, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, seems you were feeling happy about it. I feel so bad about it, smile.
Ouch!
I guess I can. I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It must be because I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up.
Yeah.
I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of Ice.
Because we saw you.
Fuck her! Fuck her! Fuck her! Fuck her! Fuck her!
I want to barf so bad. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble and even how it was what she deserved. Looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. That's so stupid. Ah. I wish the judge was in the background like, what the fuck did he just say?
Oh, the noise level dropped. Now, if we could get it down to 0%.
Well, Mr. Fam, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be just like my idol Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Fam, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? Two sides of the two sides of you are fighting each other and doing your psychic harm. Doing you psychic. Oh, okay. Two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know-nothing, know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that or I might get flustered.
Mr. Fam, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? You can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free!
Ouch!
Ugh! Ah!
Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine, take a good look.
Holy shit, she's a legitimate fucking demon. What in the world?
Sheep's clothing, you've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings.
Oh my, what the fuck? Oh! We just... Never get old for me. Never, ever, 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 ever. I think we just opened Pandora's box. Yeah, well, yeah. What the words were Samadi now? Just sitting there like.
I'll let it play out. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat.
I know it's like keek, but I don't feel like doing it. It's gonna be more of like a angry Popeye. Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worst. From the looks of it, there's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? Methinks I created a monster. We blew it.
Hey, you lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy is in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right.
Oh, does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat is out of the bag now. That mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot.
That's strange. could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
All right, I'll update the moon matrix with the new info.
Yeah, this is why unqualified people don't do therapy sessions. Hey, Apollo, now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah, she finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find a contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. All right, I have you now, Bonnie DeFemme.
You know what serves her right? Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
How we present evidence, though? Yeah, don't I just present this?
Objection!
Wait, are they allowing me to press? No, okay.
Did have to move the stage lift.
Oh!
Objection!
That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
Oh, wow, we're way beyond that. Yes, that's not the point I was trying to make, though.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Mr. Pham, allow me to repeat your statements. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still say that's just what she did.
How did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so.
What?
So how could you possibly have known what she had done unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? That's not necessarily true, though, right? Because, like, based on her knowledge on how things worked, and the fact that Trucy still managed to pull it off, couldn't she simply have reasonably assumed that that's what Trucy did in order to fix everything? Or is that too much of a logical leap for her to have made? Well, Mike, I guess my counter to that would be that's what a therapy session is. Empathy with objectivity. Thus, some are most certainly qualified compared to others. It's only wrong if you assume therapy must be, like, diving into your issues. Psychoanalyzing everything. Yeah, no, I think that's a good point, that the way she said it with such conviction makes it more likely. But the way Apollo presented it, I think, was wrong. You must have seen it. Well, no, that's not the only possibility. Bye. Bye. Yes, that's true, Mike. That is what is mostly assumed would happen when people go into therapy. Oh yeah, he should use leading language. I'm not saying like what he did is not what he should have done. Just if I'm the prosecution, like that's how I would present it. Like, no, Your Honor, he's not right in saying that had to have been the only way. You get what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, the way Apollo presented it is fine. But I would have immediately countered that with not so fast. But he didn't say anything. He's just like, whatever. He hasn't done anything this whole fucking time. He's just pouting because the judge let the devilry go. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Miss DeFemme herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. Hello, Mooney. Also, RC, what's up? I could never land on whether I want to call you RC or Mo. Mo seems more appropriate because of the whole Ace Attorney thing. But I don't know if people want to be associated with that clown. Wait, please tell me that's actually what, like, the name is short for. Municipal cousin. I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss DeFemme, and one spectacular suspect. Why, you shiny red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Rios? I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more... Oh, I completely forgot you fucking changed your name, Small. Hi, Small. What's up? Oh, that sucks. Is it Razel? Or Razel? Well, Small, that might just be your title from now on. Small, my municipal cousin. I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection.
Yeah, Mike, I was about to say, like, one thing I've realized is that it's because of my issues that I probably would have made a good therapist. Now it's like I don't want to call it a hobby because that's not, that seems to like diminish it. But like, I enjoy doing it when people come to me. They say a lot of times your attorney is, your counselor. Not just because of the title for us, but like psychological counselor. But I enjoy that aspect of myself, not just for clients, for friends and shit too.
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point.
Oh, really?
TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Pham was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you.
Oh, yeah.
You have just taken a long and senseless journey only to return to the starting line.
Hey, man, in baseball, we call that a home run. Mic drop. I just watched Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 for the first time yesterday. Goddamn Knuckles is fucking hysterical. I have conquered the second of bases.
The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused.
Ah. Guess the party's over. But Miss DeFam knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. I was attracted to that major because I suck at math. I think they're all. I don't personally look at one of any of them and say they were like significantly or noticeably better than the. I think they're all. For me, they're all pretty much like the same level of good. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmati? But also the movies are different enough that I could definitely, I understand why people will say 3's the best, 2's the best, 1's the best. They all have Jim Carrey in it and he is spectacular, so.
It's quite simple. The accused must have told Miss DeFam about it, but then forgot.
I mean, that is possible. It just, that sounds like some shit Alba would say. Or Saws, as we will now refer to it. That in mind. Whenever we see some shit Alba would say, we Saws it. If I were good at math, I would be an engineer. If I were even slightly better at math than I am, I'd be an accountant. Give me something that I just work with the things and not with people. I know that's really weird that I say that right after I talk about that whole therapy thing. The problem is that that sort of helping people takes a little bit out of you every single time you do it. You don't necessarily get that part of you back. You just become more or less and less over time. Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Pham really was in the understage passage, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. The problem is that he could not have done the... Part of the reason these movies work so well is because they are both Sonic and they are not Sonic. Eggman as the character that he is in the movies is a spectacular part of it. It's because he's not like other Robotniks. And no other person on this earth that I can think of at least could have played Robotnik like Jim Carrey has. I don't know. Maybe it's because he has like some. He's trying to show the. Because I guess one reason you would do that is that you're trying to show. What you would want to do is you're trying to show judge in the gallery that you're trying to be objective. And you're not immediately jumping to, ugh, she fucking lied. Should have forgotten about it. It's very reasonable. You mean she was in 2 places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. We'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of your mouth before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll buy it. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in 2 places at once? She teleported. Oh, wait. She literally has that teleportation trick, doesn't she? Let's not forget that Miss Defen's specialty is teleportation magic. Teleportation, she can be in 2 places at practically the same time. So you believe that teleportation actually exists? Oh, you know what magicians always say about their magic. It's all real, no tricks or gimmicks involved. Well, I have listened patiently to your reasoning, and the only thing dispelled is the false air of competency you try to project. Aha! I see what you did there. Good one, Your Honor. Oh, you might be surprised to hear this, but I used to be known as the jokester judge. I mean, you are funny. Funny like a clown. Laughing at you, Judge. Well, at least I avoided a penalty with some well-placed brown-nosing. I was like, oh man, that teleportation thing's actually finally coming back. Make it make sense. If I ever have to make it make sense, it means that the person that I'm talking to is a fucking idiot and didn't get it in the first place. So I just had to make it make sense harder. He wasn't a clown, he was the entire circus. Please let me try again, Your Honor. Okay, so 2 Bonnies or the one on stage was a fake. Why? How the fuck would there be? I'm honestly not sure where they're. Who would be the second Bonnie? The person with the unidentified fingerprints? I guess I was always thinking fucking Johnny Downey Jr. was the other set. But no, we have his on file. Do we have his on file? Remember. Okay. She was a phony, a great big phony. Look, everybody. Look, everybody look at the great big phony. Aren't these, I mean, I guess there is a slight distinction here. How could there just be a fake that moves around and shit? A hologram, I guess? There were 2 Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were 2 of them?
I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether.
Haha. Well, what you don't know about screws is that sometimes not all of them are needed for the whole thing to stay in one piece. Yeah.
Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 2, no, 3 screws to the head should righten his putrid brain.
Very well, bailiff, could you... No, wait, please listen to my argument. What did I list in oh, I never posted that tier list. I guess it was in the stream, but I'm pretty sure 1-4 was still my favorite case. I think. I'd have to go back and like overview it. But that's what I remember saying. Yeah, well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. How long has it been since a tier list stream? After playing the 3rd game. I'm pretty sure that's when I did the trilogy tier list. And I'm not sure I did one after that. At least I don't think I did one with Apollo Justice. It was definitely before Dual Destinies, obviously, but I don't remember if Apollo Justice was included in the most recent one that we did. As was argued earlier. Oh, I did do one for Apollo Justice? There you go. Oh, I did a character tier list, didn't I? Did I do a case tier list, though? My God, I do not remember. At least 3 years, then probably. When did I do Apollo Justice? I don't even remember. Only a character one? Did I post it? I probably posted it. That must be why it was... people remember. As was argued earlier, Miss GDevan is shown in the footage the whole time, but at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the Understage Passage. Yo, what's up, Hog? I have not done one for the Great Ace Attorney. So, it would have, or investigation. Maybe I did one with investigations. Maybe I did one with investigation. The only possible explanation is that there are 2 Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. Yeah, you know, you talk about Star Trek in their episodes about teleportation incidents. Transporting. Yet, fucking, even my favorite show, Next Generation, literally forgets, like, 2 episodes prior that there's a transporting incident. Oh, there hasn't been a transporting incident like that in years. It's like, bro, you were just, like, dematerialized. It was basically a ghost, like, 2 episodes ago. What the fuck are you talking about? There haven't been any transporting incidents. Oh my God, that was so annoying. What do you think, Prosecutor Sadmati?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws.
Ah, so don't address the issue. Insult my intelligence. Excellent. Excellent.
But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two. We don't have to be bound by reality. That is a bold statement. Oh, that is a bold statement. Was that the original series? We don't, yeah, this fucking, we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie DeFam in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie DeFam is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that Miss Bonnie number 2 exists. Well, if you're saying she's Bonnie number 2. I'm about Bonnie number 1. We call her Timu Bonnie. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? The prince that we don't know about? Look at this one more time. I don't think there'd be a detail like what I'm thinking of.
Take that!
What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in the case. Unknown third parties' fingerprints. How do you not know this? I was not told of this. Or reviewed the paperwork. Dude only takes into cases what he has been told. No independent research or review of his own. Jesus Christ. Emma must have kept it from him. Why? So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Fam, or should I say Bonnie number 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Chop it up!
Enough of this foolishness! One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left, not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
Not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sadmati.
Yeah, Ghost Trick has always been on the list. I don't know where it is on the list, but it's on the list. I feel like there was another game too. Not Somnium Files is on the list, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Another game like that. It's pinned somewhere in Discord. And I'm sure you know that. Not Raincode, though I do want to play Raincode, but that's not what I'm thinking of. Exactly, I feel like what I'm thinking of was something people have asked me to play before Raincode was ever even a thing. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. Not fucking Ultra... Jesus Christ. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie DeFams. What if they belong to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? Preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. I don't know. Let me just throw this out there. Maybe we can check. Prosecutor Satmati, can you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? Take a picture and it'll last longer. How could this be? Because your whole fate bullshit is nothing but a parlor trick that... It's not even a parlor trick because it doesn't even work. Nothing. You are nothing. We check her prints. I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you, belong to you, don't they, Bonnie number 2? That Bonnie. Witness, is what the defense has said true? Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFam? What? Ridiculous! Hey! Always appreciate a room reference. Lisa Trilogy is tearing me apart! I want to play those. I watched a full playthrough of Lisa the Painful, like, long time ago. But that's the only one I really know anything about. That game is fucking hysterical. Well, hysterical in, like, the worst way possible. Are there really 2 Bonnies? Nope, there's only 1 Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFam. Oh, twin magic. Twin magic. It was literally a thing of the fucking wrestling world for a while. The Bella twin. Jesus Christ. I did not expect a twin magic thing to happen in Ace Attorney. That's saying they didn't expect that. I'm saying I didn't expect that sort of thing. And I don't just mean the second Orca. Like, this is literally like, this is their magic. Like, dude. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this lagomorphing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely. It's showtime. What an amazing trick. The witness has suddenly split into two people. Well, to be fair, she didn't actually ever switch before, right? That was just her. Wasn't it? I thought we've just been talking to Betty so far. And this is like Bonnie's first appearance, or am I misunderstanding that? Yeah, okay. So it's not like the gallery was behind them and seeing them switch a bunch of times before this ever became a thing. It was just the once, really. I mean, it's only 30 minutes. I've been here for 2.5 hours. 2 hours, 50 minutes. So, I mean, that was inevitable.
It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. You're simply twins.
What? Twins? Well, that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. But I don't have to hide anymore. That's right, our days of sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. Which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFam we met in the dressing room? The one who doesn't have bat hair? Oh yeah, I mean this is that oh, but okay. Remember, and I've had to accept this. Perjury only matters when it matters. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
That would be me.
The sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings rush under stage was...
Hey, who you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now. Oh, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? Certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. But Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity. Yeah, I guess that was... It was twin magic against Phoenix, I suppose. But we never actually saw both of them in the same trial, right? She impersonated but wasn't her. Or presented herself as somebody different. But the twin wasn't there. The twin just would be Phoenix's love interest. Well, so now we have two suspects.
Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she'd never kill anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here?
That's mean.
Well, speak up, huh? Hold it.
Yeah, so it's not really the same.
Twin magic.
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Not even squabbling. Betty's just a fucking bully. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show, otherwise you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. What exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything that gets you off my back.
Prosecutor Sadmani, Betty DeFam is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hell or whatever for being a liar?
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil in interrogation hell.
Now then, GDevan, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage.
It's true, I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have the chance to kill Mr. Rios.
Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating. Your Honor. You can see she's being held up from below.
Supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. I understand, Apollo. I'm doing that every time I play this game. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Objection!
I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Harsh words. Hey, well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. We do? I told you to keep it zipped.
Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? The script has this to say about the fire truck. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Ouch.
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me.
GDevan, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty, we can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up, you can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because... You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be canceled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
I have an objection to that. Whatever, they can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already.
Can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
Objection!
Bullshit.
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense. Having chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet, I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness. Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. Finally, let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. And by telling us the truth, you will be imprisoning your physical self for the first time.
But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
But I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. Can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do, you. Lobster boy, cue ball geezer, head case brat, Cerberus monk.
Cerberus monk, that's not even an insult. That's badass. Cue ball geezer?
Head case brat? Really? Eddie, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths, deep breaths. Look, I'm not the miter, I tell you.
And how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. Here, under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
You better believe the judge would order they break their NDA if the fucking, like, if over the course of it, murder happened. Make the NDA invalid anyways.
I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought your whole thing is that you saw it before everything even happens. So what you're telling me is that's complete bullshit. Non-disclosure agreement. It's basically a confidentiality agreement. Confidentiality agreement. Huh?
Allow me to summarize your assertion's defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage, and second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage.
What if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason?
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. As though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance. out. Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you. I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Biddy and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Is that true?
Betty, please, let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore.
Dang it, fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank, bro. A big setup planned out in advance. Maria showing up dead in the coffin. He's falling down. It was all completely scripted.
It was all a prank? Well, a prank to get all that money. Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right, he was supposed to show up dead in a coffin, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic.
That's how the prank script went.
What?
What the heck kind of prank is that?
You never thought he actually wind up dead.
Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios.
Poor fucking Mr. Fuck him. I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some splaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Yes, this once will share how it was done with you. Listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her It was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon piece set. Made it fall down.
Yeah, it's not pronounced ruse. It's pronounced Rios because the first name is Mr. Like it's mysterious. I mean, ruse, like, that would make sense, but not as much when it's Mr. Ruse versus Mr. Rios.
And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt.
After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That's how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kind of just stayed on the ground.
That is kind of just what you do when you're dead. What kind of sick joke is that? Sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. Poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy.
Whatever. It was all that raiding Roger's idea anyway.
Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with.
This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raja.
Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid.
Where does this all leave us? Killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as part of the prank, then when he was understage, there would still be life within him. If that is the case... And Betty, who was also understage, may be excluded from our list of suspects.
Ah!
Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video.
Greetings, viewers! It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage. Preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, ho-ho, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Ho-ho, I can hardly wait.
He's about to hide in the coffin?
It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth.
They didn't show him actually like going up though. He was just alive at that point. As soon as he stopped the video, he could have died.
Victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFemme was, and came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
Appeared to be, but we can't confirm that. Or actually, I don't know. Maybe we can with what's in the background. It appears that way, yes.
In defense, you proposed the following, did you not? But if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin, then what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin.
How do we know that? Because he said so? Ugh. Oh, so does that mean...
Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage.
I don't think I noticed. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. Hold on. I mean, you guys have all probably seen this already, but... Fucking her... Oh. Her fucking face. Oh! Yep, that's Bonnie, all right.
When the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding went into the coffin, the thing, yes, Trucy Wright thrust her blade.
Ah!
See, I told you.
Are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank?
Would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. Well, let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
Well, then it wouldn't be much of a fucking prank then, would it?
What?
Tell him, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection.
You'll think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
Are you fucking kidding me? Did they get her signature twice? From that fucking clipboard? Oh my god. It looks like some sort of... Why would she sign that? Why would she sign... Why would you put your name on this note? In any reality, why would you do that? Okay. Yeah, this is unbelievable. It looks like some sort of note.
That's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incidents. At the same time, I did not understand what it meant. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now.
What's this?
Let's see, it says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out.
Not only that, but we found your signature on the murder weapon. Fucking right? They literally just like, okay, let's just sign her full name. Her full name. Not even, okay, maybe you put dash Trucy. You would not put your full fucking signature on a note like this.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much. Okay, fucking hold on a second. Hold the fuck on. Looks better than the signature on that one. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank?
Would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not! And I didn't write or sign that note. That would be fucking stupid. But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. And explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me.
Silence is deafening.
You struggling against the threads of your own karma, if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you've spun for yourself.
Did we really need a fade out for that? What did that add?
Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it.
Oh, I knew it.
That sweet-looking girl, a murderer.
Look, all of us in with that actor voice. I told you she was a homicidal little thing. Something. Dramatic effects, and he didn't have a dramatic effect. Shut up, you killer!
We don't fall for that anymore.
But none of his other scenes were dramatic when he was saying that shit. Just that one? I don't know, I feel like we've established already that what he says is overly dramatic without having to fade out. This is bad.
Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves.
Very well, I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant Trucy Wright.
Objection!
God damn it. The defense has an objection.
Apollo! Even now, you would.
Won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. You're right, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor.
Do we really have anything, Apollo?
Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. We still haven't addressed that he got stabbed in the fucking back. Very well, Mr. Justice, you may proceed. As we saw in the show footage, there's no question that the defendant thrust a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. You're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. Let us fucking... Okay, so there's two things I can think of. Still, the angle is a big deal.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. Versus off the record. I see. As, you know, that conversation with Betty was very much on record. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. To swap the rubber sword for the steel one.
Objection! You not know when to give up, stink bug. That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
Objection!
But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for someone to plant that blood.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion, the only one that really matters here. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still.
Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Make sure. Whew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. Not ours, just mine.
I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor Sadmati either. You know, with the way he says, let it go and move on as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy. What the fuck is this? Oh. Fucking. Oh boy.
Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works already?
What do you want?
Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the tune. Look this way, Trucy. Now, smile for the camera. See those pearly whites? Isn't that what the Grammary Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of true Grammary?
Go away, you creep!
Oh, what's this? Something just charged in the frame. It's like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. You want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Camera.
Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. Someone else must have been a magician in the past, and that's why he conflicted with Troop Grammary.
I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. And I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby.
Called in some of Trucy's fans, but for what purpose?
Hollow? I think Mr. Raidens just said. That was some high-level sleight of hand.
Wait. What that thing he just did? Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that?
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
Oh wait, but I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Mr. Lawyer?
Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty? Who the heck do you think you are? You crazy? You want a piece of this?
You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything, you harebrain. Eat! But shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
What is about to reconvene? You be alright testifying?
Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Raiden says up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. Camera, apparently. Better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy right, and you'll be fine.
Oh!
There goes Apollo with his best trick. Right, whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. Works somehow.
Alright, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
Atta girl, good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks, I'll be fine. I can do this.
Alright, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician.
Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch.
Throw the murderer in jail, that's the criminal true.
Boo! We don't want to see boo, boo, boo. Dude booed. Order, the gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. All the hecklers. I bet they're the fans Mr. Raidens was invited. What a grade A jerk. Grade A jerk. Not gonna psych us out. Now then, Mr. Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword. Now, Miss Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. He's just gonna try to trick us again.
Hurry up and convict her already.
Give her the death penalty. Yeah. Let's fucking relax. Silence, all of you. I won't tell you again. Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? Now I get to fucking point out contradictions in Trucy's testimony.
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor.
Guilty. Fucking old guy. Oh, I forgot about that. Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this.
I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be alright, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword switching magic and judge for yourself.
In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. True entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. He's faithfully following the Troop Grammary creed even now. really is something else.
It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody.
And just in case anybody is curious, yes, there can be practical demonstrations done in court if it is warranted. In fact, there can even be situations where, if it would be helpful, the court might take the jury to the scene of the crime to review.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. Now... Up!
If that's still the real sword, she's like, "Argh!" It's like she's like bleeding, and she has to try to fucking like make it not visible.
Huh. As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Bravo, Miss Wright.
Oh, she switched them in a flash!
I couldn't see. She's completely turned the room around. You can definitely cut your hand by grabbing onto a sharpened double-edged blade. Oh, God, it hurts just thinking about it. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Not thinking about grabbing a sword. Not thinking about grabbing a sword. Not thinking about grabbing a sword. Why would they be made to protect against the sword? She should never have to grab the sword when it's real. They should just be normal gloves. Hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering. Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright?
Well, I have an RPG pocket.
In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. Like, if I go grab my kitchen knife right now by my hand, that shit's not going to feel great. And if I grab it hard enough, it's gonna start cutting into skin. Oh. Well, he died for his craft. Oh, God.
I usually hide the steel sword backstage when I switch them during the show.
So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. Oh, you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. As for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I?
Trucy, stop. Just show him. Ho ho ho!
That's our Trucy.
Yeah, still. It's right. That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you did for the show, right?
Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court.
That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. Well, that's his fucking job then to do it. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. At least these games make it seem like having a magician for a client is the worst fucking thing ever. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. Demon Warlock. I don't know, Tom. Phoenix was a pretty fucking good client. Like, in real life, yes. In this game, though, probably magicians. When was whose own client? When Phoenix was Apollo's client. But try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. Thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Does defending yourself actually make you your own client, though? Especially if you weren't, like, he wasn't officially the accused, ever. Just being mentioned as a potential suspect doesn't actually mean anything's ever been charged against you. He wasn't a lawyer at that time, though. Also, Tom's right. He was a lawyer when Apollo defended him. Do I need to, again, go over the distinction between an attorney and a lawyer? He went to law school. He's a lawyer. He's just not practicing because he was disbarred. That doesn't make you not someone who graduated from law school. Oh. Yes, he was. Well, yeah, but so he was trying. Nah. No. Trying to think of one too. Even if that's the case, though, Tom's right. It's not. You're not your own client. That's not how that works. Simply represent yourself. Yeah, but there's a difference between saying it, not being able to say it, but still technically being one. That makes sense because they don't want you telling people that you have this background that could imply that you could give them legal advice. Even though the problem is that if they know the difference, they shouldn't be taking legal advice from just a lawyer anyways. Well, you should be taking legal advice from practicing attorneys. So those laws are basically safeguarding idiots. It's not. I'm just kidding. It's not idiots. I understand why a lot of people don't know what the difference is. And essentially, those laws are trying to safeguard those people who are ignorant of the distinction. I feel bad. You're not an idiot if you don't understand the distinction. I bet most people don't understand the distinction. I just hate how this game doesn't distinguish it, and that's it pisses me off. And then I'm like, you fucking morons. Like a punch card. I thought she spun. It's still weird that she wouldn't have noticed that she stabbed somebody. That's generally something that, you know, a person would notice, even if they can't see the person. Is it when Mr. Hat twirls?
Hold it!
Yeah, I would think that, yeah, that's a good point too. Rubber versus steel? I would assume they don't weigh the same. So you switched swords when you spun around just now?
That's right. It's the same way I do the trick in the actual magic show, too. I'm also doing a lot of extra things that I don't do during the show right now, though.
Key point is the sword switching. Only we can prove she did it during the actual show, too. Right, prove that she switched them during the show. What's the matter, Apollo? You look troubled. Oh, it's nothing. Quite the pickle. How should I go about handling this? Miss Wright, please continue with your trick. I want to see it again. I mean, gotta be this, right?
Objection!
Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you.
What is it, Apollo?
There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage.
What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times.
What's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here, and the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it.
What? But I did it.
So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords?
Yes, that's right.
I knew it. Thank you, you fucking idiots.
Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused lie for me.
because generally that is frowned upon. Very, very frowned upon.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, what the fuck was your intention then, Apollo?
I did swap them, I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection.
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional.
Ugh.
And by the way, was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Reyes' death was not an accident but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still? It was, after all, your own assertion.
Objection!
The defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo Justice, you fucking idiot. Come here so I can give you a knuckle sandwich right into your stupid fucking nose. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy and it must mean something, I'm sure of it. Well, you could have thought about that in your fucking head as opposed to pointing it out in open court. That's stupid. Make him do it. Will the defense team kindly save the spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. Or the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
Such a shame.
But I did switch the swords, I swear.
Knee deep in it now, Justice, you fucking moron.
Hold it. Excuse me.
Let's see, you are... which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Body?
It's Bonnie. You're mixing the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Reyes.
Bonnie?
Hey, what's the big deal? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you harebrained hair?
Nice.
Keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You practically brainwashed her.
It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? The thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. You can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show's footage. What can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show?
Well, I had some show footage.
You do?
Well, the TV station's cameraman said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
Simpin', helpin', Trucy. You did?
Tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it!
Please submit that footage to the court. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. Oh, good God. Oh. Shut up, Trep. Wow, okay then. He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. I just didn't even give her a voice at that point.
Well, defense, do you still believe this new footage is worth inspecting?
Of course I do. Okay, so how are we gonna go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them. Inconsistency, huh? At least she's 19. Yes. Yes, the two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. Yeah, it's when the card thing happened. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it.
A waste of time.
Hollow, you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player's buttons to go through the footage. If you want to speed through, use the fast forward button. If you want to go back, use the rewind button. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the playback is paused, you can do a slow frame-by-frame playback. Okay, and so how do I switch between the two videos? Just use the switch camera button. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present it to the court. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff.
Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. What? I sure hope she guessed right. Anyways, let's give this a try. I trust Athena's ability with technology. I can't save? Oh, eat a goddamn dick game.
Take that!
Playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. It's you! Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is just all a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. Got ahead of myself there. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadmani. Please, take my card. Business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. Read about it. I've even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack-a-lackin', homie? You know why that's good?
bad, but it's good. That line might legit, like if you had me, you sat me down and I had an infinite amount of time and you were like, write every phrase that you know and rank them by how likely this person would say that phrase throughout the course of dialogue. I am confident that that phrase would be in the bottom 5 of all phrases I would expect this man to say. It was that shocking to me. Yeah, it makes even less sense in this context. Where did you hear that when you exchange business cards, you say, "What's crack-a-lackin', homie?" Oh ho, you're from Take Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Reddens.
I fucking hate saying his name. I don't know what it is. Because I want to say Reddens, I think, instead of Raidens.
Yes, Roger Reddens, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own TV shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja?
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
Never thought I'd get to meet you in person. Prosecutor Sadmati, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to Burger Barn? God. You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, whew.
Compared to my ascetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way.
Okay, well, he and I do share one thing in common, apparently, and that is our love for spicy as fuck burgers. Well, not as fuck. It's probably not spicy as fuck at all. It's just probably just a little spicy. But if they have an option that is spicy, that's the best option. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutor Sadmati's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside. Mr. Radens, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled.
I assume the cards are like additional misdirection, right?
You see the part that was cut where Trucy switched the swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
And it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. It means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. Other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios.
Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords, as you saw, so... Yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
You're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed?
Was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from view behind the set piece.
Oh, that's some ridiculous speculation there, thank you.
She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon. Nobody'd be the wiser.
God, I want to talk really fast with him, like how Robert Downey Jr. talks in like the dark voice, but I can't talk that fast.
See, indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage too. It's toward the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourself. Z.
That was Mr. Hat. Mr. Hat was up there. Do you have any evidence about Mr. Hat being up there? I don't think so. No, it was up there because that's where we found it.
It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
Well, I mean, like, and I'm specifically trying to go for, like, any of his... Or, like... charismatic roles. I mean, he always has charisma, but you know, like, there's roles where he's, like, not really like that, and there's roles where that's exactly what he's supposed to be. Yes, by vanishing upwards, obviously. Like, it's clearly Mr. Head. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
It looks like a shadow, Your Honor. This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. That's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage?
See, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sadmati.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case.
Hey, lighten up, pretty boy.
You're gonna like what I've got to say. Promise. Very well. However, you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed.
All right, with Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Radens. I wasn't aware that the judge required the prosecutor's permission. For a matter of, is there an objection? Anyways.
Roger Ratings, Ratings Raja, now Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so just listen up, loyal viewers.
And that is where we'll stop. Right. Alright. We endured a lot. A lot. Let's take this moment, decompress, acknowledge the trials and tribulations that we have been through. Because we will have to mentally prepare ourselves to come back Monday. And continue, hopefully, I don't know, maybe finish. I don't know what other characters are still around to talk to in this. I'm assuming this. First of all, I'm assuming this is a one-day case, which is kind of surprising, just because I thought this game was going to be like generally super long. And not that this case isn't long, but only one day. Kind of surprising. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. Get through it when we get through it, but hopefully sooner than later. We need to get back to crying ASAP. Yeah, I wouldn't say there's as much fluff. At least with this trial, there hasn't been a lot of extra padding. I feel like everything we went through served a purpose. The only problem I have with the trial's presentation so far is I still think the wounds location, the fact that it has not been addressed yet is outrageous, because that is a big problem considering how big that coffin was, and he can't turn around like that. But we've ultimately got to a point where it's possible that that's not when he was actually stabbed. And he could have been stabbed afterwards, which is fine. That's a good direction to go. But the fact that it was never mentioned when we were still arguing about whether or not she actually stabbed him in the coffin is ridiculous. But we'll see. All right. Well, thanks for having any words. Thank you for hanging, everybody. I will hopefully see you on Monday. I will make... That's the biggest determination. When am I leaving work? Am I leaving at the time when I'm supposed to leave, which is 5:30 p.m.? Or is it going to be like last Monday when I stopped working at 10 p.m.? Not leave for streaming time. All right. Everybody, y'all have a great day, night, whatever.